But that's not Harley's voice. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Atamari Tefano, welcome to all those who are in chambers this morning and also those who are online or watching via our live stream. To formally open our council meeting today, I will pass to Councillor Rakina to start us with karakia. Thank you, Councillor.
Let us pray. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives who have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai kua whiriwhiri hia mo te kauni o te hiku o te ika, ki te mahi me te ngākau auaha, me te whakamahi i ngā pūkenga me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga, me ngā hakataunga, kia hakatūria ai te tai hapori e matatika ana, e tūko tahi ana ka mutu, ka haka piki anō i te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka haka tau anō i ngā take o te rohe i runga i te tika, me te whono, haumi e hui e i.
Aka whetai ki a koe i au nā kia, e timatanga koe mō tātou i nei ka kauni for their prayer. Just by way of apologies today, I'll move that we accept apologies from Councillor Penitoe Kleskovic, who has another pressing engagement in Tamaki Makaurau today. Also Councillor Steve McNally, who is representing us at the Local Government New Zealand Rural and Provincial Sector meeting in the capital today. Also would like to move apologies for lateness for Councillor Betty Kappa. We also have Councillor Betty Hutchins online. If I could get a seconder for those, please. Thank you, Councillor Hutchins. For those in favour, say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. Just by way of a few mayoral announcements this morning. Today in Waimaramataka is Ohuata, which is the first high energy phase after the super new moon. Acknowledging some of Hilda's comments, Councillor Hauke Harawira's comments this morning. And yesterday I got to see it for myself, but right now I suspect despite the rain though, the Far North is hosting this year's Te Tai Tokerau Secondary Schools Kapahaka Festival at Kaiho College. Really beautiful to see that there are 26 schools from across Northern participating in the festival this year, 12 of which are from the Far North, so Far North schools. And also wanted to acknowledge our community boards because all of our community boards contributed funding to help with this festival that brings in thousands and a real reason for celebration in the last week of the school term, school holidays. I also wanted to acknowledge one of our own rangatahi from the Far North. Now, you'll remember that I, along with Kawakawa Moerewa Community Board member Roddy Pihima and our Far North District Council Social Club, we participated in the Mental Health Foundation's Mullet Matters campaign to raise money for mental health. We did not too bad. I think we raised quite a few $100s, but hot off the press, one of our own actually won the People's Choice Award for the best mullet in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and that was Ted Keane, who goes to Riverview School in Kirikiri. So congratulations to Ted. I always knew that the Far North would have one of the best mullets. Half my cousins have. So that's really cool. And I'm going to head over to Riverview School when I can to congratulate Ted in person. But well done, Ted. We're very proud of you for getting the Far North District Council. I also want to acknowledge Mayor Paraniko Wharo, who is the Mayor of Tainei Nano Urban Council in Kiribati, who is, along with staff delegates here, being hosted here in the Far North by our council. Mayor Baro's staff with our compliance team throughout this week and have been learning, and our staff have been learning from them. But it's great to have you here, Mayor Baro, and our council chamber this morning. By way of recognition of this visit, and it's great to have you here as well, I just wanted to pass over a certificate of recognition for your visit and also a little taonga with some traditional medicines.
Thank you.
E tohu aroha tēnei ko te
te hiku o te ika te kauni he roho te tai tukera nei kia koutou o Kiribati e. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Mayor Barber, I'm happy, excited to have you in our council chambers. You might be able to give me a few pointers about how you run the show over in Pēnei Nano in Kiribati. I'm happy to pass the time over to you if you had any words that you wanted to share with us at this time.
I have to start. Thank you, Mayor, Uncle, and everybody, Deputy Mayor, councillors, and all the people of Whanau District are here, and everybody, and wherever you are. I bring greetings from Tēnei Urban Council in Kiribati. Kamna Maori or Kia ora. Okay, I'm very happy indeed to be able to witness how you conduct your council meetings. It's something that I want to learn. And honestly, Mayor and councillors, we never had this. But now that's something I learned today, that we need people to be involved in, so especially when you are discussing the long-term plan for the whole council. That is something I learned right away, and we may have to introduce that when we discuss our long-term plan, as you are doing now. So that's my beginning remarks, and I thank, as mentioned also probably in the prayer, the Almighty God that He has allowed us to be here with you guys and with the Whanau District Council to learn whatever we can learn from you. And already we are learning a lot. So thank you for allowing me and my colleague, the three other staff, we are here to witness how you do things and to learn a lot from you guys. So indeed, we are very happy. We thank the Almighty God for allowing that and for you guys to allow us to be here for the Best Week TA program, to allow us to come here to pay for everything and everything else. So here we are. As a token of appreciation and gratitude for the welcoming that you put us, Mayor, when we first arrived. We have a little present too. Thank you for the present that you presented to me. On behalf of my colleague and the people of Tēnei Urban Council, I'll take it back with me and show them. But in Kiribati, it's a small token of appreciation and gratitude, as I said. It's not enough, but it's a sign that we appreciate. This is also a use of the waste. That how people are trying to make use of the waste. Inside, you see the Whanau District logo. Okay? And on the side, there's New Zealand flag, Kiribati flag, and our logo, GC logo on side. So we hope the sistership relationship that we have established will continue in the long-term future. So I don't know where you're going to put it, Mayor. Back to you. Let me show you how this works. That's right. What? There are three different simple, but it's some of the things that the people are trying to make use of the bottles. These are traditionally made for your coffee plates, for your coffee cup. This the Samsung itself with the Kiribati sign on it. This is for the event holder. Something that, and of course we know this is a model of scooping nets for prawns or for fish, but this is small, these are more. If I may present this to you, Mr. Mayor. As a token of gratitude and appreciation.
Amihi aloha mo tōkoha ki te kahika o te ku o te kai. Tēnā koutou ngā mana o Kiribati.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I want to say. But nice to be here, to be with you, all the people from the Crown District, the councillors, the staff, everybody is here. We hope that, and we look forward to working together with the council in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Whanau District Council, Mayor Bartle, thank you very much for your gifts, and I look forward to seeing our relationship continue. It's great to have our staff working together as well, and I think there are a lot of things that we can learn from each other. Beautiful to have you in our chambers today. Tēnā koe whakatai. We'll now go into our deputations for today. We have a number of deputations. The first who we have online is Matua Wally Hicks, who's going to speak to council regarding the local gasification compared to regional incineration. We have Matua Wally online. If you can hear us there, happy to pass the time over to you if you'd like to unmute yourself. Wally, we'll just get you to try and mute again, please.
Okay.
Here we
Thank
go.
you. Kia ora tātou katoa, kaunihira, kahika, kōwhai mam, and esteemed visitor from Kiribati. I hope my presentation may even have some relevance to your homeland. People, I am deeply concerned about the pressure that I feel is being exerted on Whanau District Council to for this single incineration plant, waste incineration to energy plant in Kaipara. And the idea of trucking all of Auckland and Northland's waste to a single location in Kaipara, I find incomprehensible. So I've lodged RFS number 41999497, which I believe you might have copies of or you may see, concerning requesting that you please reconsider a thing that looks like incineration, but it isn't. It's called gasification, and it is best used locally. And it is a zero emissions process that can produce either electricity or a thing I call biodiesel, which is essentially a kind of renewable, almost diesel fuel for the transition that I believe we're already in out of the fossil oil age. I'm going to ask you to watch a couple of videos, short videos, 2 minutes of video, which explains firstly the difference between incineration and gasification, which is gasification is basically the complete molecular destruction of the waste. There is a byproduct which is considered to be inert stone, which may be of use in roading. and followed by another minute of the gentleman who offered this to New Zealand in 2019 by the Edmund Hillary Fellowship. So I'd like to ask Fleur to play these videos now, please, and to consider the idea of the least harm model.
Gasification solid waste into energy.
Waste.
This is the bad one. And
Ollie, what I might do, because we can't have any sound, is we'll have the ladies circulate the links to these two videos, please, to all elected members. If you wanted
have you not got the sound?
No, the sound is playing up in here. So if you can take it as we will be watching these afterwards, this will be shared with us, but we'll let you use the...
Yeah.
Give you a little bit more time there.
Thank you. So, okay, thank you. So, for the price of a single gasification, a single incineration unit in Kaipara, that all the waste has to be trucked to, you can get the Northland, the three districts of Northland could get 17 of these facilities, and one of the things they do amongst a whole raft of emissions savings, future emission savings, i.e. take out one pine tree and replant with 50 natives. So you're sequestering a great deal more carbon for the future, while we use the existing fleet rather than importing the carbon emissions from overseas for not only fuel but new cars, etc. And so finally, I'll just finish by saying that I believe that it's becoming more and more obvious that the future is local as well as global. That we have to have a global perspective, clearly, but that local things that create local employment, that repopulate local areas, that make for something I believe Council already endorses, which is resilient local economies. All of these sorts of things will all build upon each other. They'll have a snowball effect if we can get one started. And I'd just like to encourage Council because I'm quite into the idea of public-private partnerships. There's clearly one involved in the Kaipara incineration unit, and those private partnerships are mostly overseas, I gather. So that Council might be involved in sort of creating a reality or even a model of this, and I recommend the North Hokianga Ki Te Raki if you're going to do that for a number of reasons. But yes, I would like you to please consider it, and please keep it in mind if the pressure comes on for too much more. for the 30-year out-of-date waste incineration for plant idea. I think that's me for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's just in time as well, because I can see our staff member here tutoring with their phone, so it doesn't go off too loud. Thank you very much for your deputation, Molly. What I'll also do is make sure that I'll get a note that we'll also share this on, and encourage you to directly reach out to me, Craig Gibson, who is leading the research into a potential incinerator for Northland and Auckland. So I do encourage you to reach out to him directly, but I'll also touch base with them with those links you've shared too. Thank you very much for your deputation to council today, and I hope you stay safe and it's not too wet on your side of Hokianga.
It's getting up there, Your Worship, and yeah, I'm hoping that we don't go to an emergency sort of warning situation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. We do have, just on that, because when you say warning on a live stream, just want to make sure everyone feels a little bit safer. We at this stage we have a weather watch in place for strong rains, potential thunderstorms from 6 p.m. tonight till 6 a.m. tomorrow. That's only a watch, so it's the lowest version of Met Services warning alert system. From a watch, you go into warnings, and then it goes into the colour system there. So we currently have a watch in place, but of course it is quite wet out there. It's been very wet here in Kaipui in any case, so for everybody to please make sure you drive to the conditions and just be an extra bit careful with this wet weather that's upon us right now. Thank you, Wally. Our next deputation, we've got Mike Thayer, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, and Deb Rock Evans. Mike is speaking in support to seeking an extension to fluoridation, and Deb is speaking also in support of that and updating councillors on the approach that other districts are doing, such as Nelson City. Happy to pass the time over to you, Mike, and welcome to Council Chambers.
Yeah, kia ora, Mayor Moku and Deputy Mayor Kelly and all the councillors. Thank you for allowing me to be here and having speaking rights. I fully support that this council's looking at I would hope the word would be a moratorium instead of a delay for implementation. But I'm very thankful to Councillor Hilda Helkiard-Harawira and Councillor Kappa for getting it onto the table. I'll set a little bit of context about myself. I'm a former mayor of Palmerston North, Horowhenua. I was a city councillor in Palmerston North, then mayor of Horowhenua after having been a councillor, and also was an elected district health board member for Mid-Central. I've listened to days and days and months of submissions from many, many people, and have increasingly found that people are not listened to anymore around the table. So it's great to have an opportunity here. I'm first generation New Zealander, as I said, from Palmerston North. My monga is the Tararua Ranges, my river is the Manawatu River. I moved up to Northland here because I had absolutely no faith anymore in the system, with the parliamentary system, with Local Government New Zealand, or Society of Local Government Managers, who I view as the intermediaries to implement what government wants. And that I am standing here before you because I think this council, Northland's where everything began, the story of Kupe, the story of colonisation. This is the place where it can start in terms of achieving governance back for the people, by the people, driven up from their community boards. More mana to them. You're going to be hearing from these speakers who I'm very thankful for. I'm very pleased to see Sue up there so she can talk about the legalese of things. Got Deb Rock Evans as well. I'm standing as an independent, but I have many friends in Northland Watch and various groups that are looking around up here. I moved up here because I thought there was a notion of self-governance or the ability for that here and on the east coast of New Zealand, and I'm simply not seeing that. I think I have a number of things that I'd like to say about this, and I'm calling on this council to be the actual whistleblower in this one. That's someone who supports who reports of waste, fraud, abuse, corruption, or dangers to public health and safety. just by implementing fluoridation, which I'm totally opposed to, and in my council fought against that in the Horowhenua District Council, and we never allowed that back in the day. And I see they're one of the 9 councillors now that's putting up some resistance to this. There's now currently 9 councils. That's more than 10% of the councils in the country. You had more than enough to go away from this meeting, setting up a notice of motion to give to your mayor to get to a zone meeting or a regional meeting or district meeting of local government New Zealand and call on all mayors to actually sit down again and talk about this matter. I would like to know if this is a mayor's initiation or whether this is just another symptom of the way governance is going, where the Society of Local Government Managers has their own conferences. I was never allowed to go as a mayor. All chief executives came to the mayoral conference, though, where these decisions are actually made. And councillors are sitting around the table with all the information handed to them, upon which to make a decision, never really knowing just how good the information is and what standard of staff or professionals that are hired in to give opinions. And let me make no mistake, most professionals these days, they have no job if they're not made to order for councils. Many councils have the same advisors on all of these things, right across the country. So I say stand up this council. Councillor Helkia, Harawira, you've done that. This is nothing for our country. This is just a panacea to make everything the same around the country with no input. Each district is totally different from other districts. For me personally, I'd love to see the decentralisation of governance. No political parties anymore, that all mayors are the MPs. Your community boards more money to make decisions such as this, because this is not just here. It's the RMA, it's our roading, it's our health, it's everything that we operate under. And you guys need a whole lot more support than what you're giving from outdated organisations. LGNZ is a company. Society of Local Government Managers, both given Māori names these days, that can carry on hiding just how ineffective they have been, or effective, but not for the likes of people that are speaking everywhere. In this notice of motion, one of the things here was consult our communities first, which you have to do by law. But many people here, it's been suggested by other councils and also by those who submitted here last time. You have eons of really talented people around here. And I think this council should support the mayor and make a decision, no, we're not going to incorporate. Water is the basket of life. Yeah. Nothing can survive without water. And in our council, our water was coming from the Tauranga Ranges. No farming around it, nothing. And yet we're wanting to put fluoridation in. There's just absolutely no need for this, to add that to the after effects of what 1080 is doing, given that Northland, most people pig hunt for their food. And they're also having trouble along with all of these recommendations made by government. What is that done for? To me, it's looking more and more like culling our population.
Yes. Yes.
Northland can be the leader. It's the tail of the fish. I come from the Manawa too. The heart of the fish. A heart skipped a beat in the sense of all. Manawa too. And this is what we should be doing for the rest of the country, showing that we've got the pulse here, we got the tail. I really encourage this council to look really long and hard, even at its membership of LGNZ. I've got to say, the amount of money that would have been spent on just getting councillors there and everything, taking your mayor away so often. You know, it'll be a whole lot more than the $200,000 you're going to get for a fine if you don't implement this, let alone all the money to do that. Wally just commented before about the waste. Look at all the tūtai going into the Hokianga Harbour. It's actually emanating from Kerikeri. Spend some money on that we can actually recreate in our waterways. There is so much to talk about here. The whole, is that time?
One more minute.
One more minute, thank you. I won't leave any time for questioning. Just coming out from the heart, that's where I came from. Mayors are being muted by local government New Zealand. Make no mistake about that. I was completely muted by them, by the media, by Nanaya Mahuta, the Minister of Local Government. Time to stand up, folks. You've got the ability around here. You've got all the ability sitting behind you here. This is a good gathering for a day like this. Northland's so far spread out. The impacts that are happening on Northland coming up it's just open door to everybody coming up here at the moment. I say look after what we've got. Don't need a hell of a lot more people either. And peace and love to you all. Thank you for this, Mayor Moko. And I'll just finish on this. I met Mayor Moko and Kelly when they were really young, when I was a mayor, and I was the only mayor that turned up at a national community board conference. The only mayor in the country that went to that. Our community boards, give them strength. Funnel it up to your council. Choose a deputy mayor from your Māori ward elected members and a deputy mayor from the rest of your council to do the everyday stuff, to funnel it up through your mayor who's the MP. Start doing some notices of motion like that to LGNZ, to central government, and then these sort of symptoms will not raise their heads like this all of the time, because you have the power to make the decisions. Peace and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Take that seat over there, please.
Thanks.
No, I'm happy here. You know, I know my place. I could be in the kidder bus at their meeting now.
Our next deputation, we have online Deb. Kia ora, Deb. Just checking you can hear us here in chambers, and if you would like to unmute, and we will pass it over to you.
Kia ora, thank you, Me Moko. Tēnā koutou katoa. Yes, I'm Deb Rock Evans, and I'm speaking to you today representing Northland Watch, a growing group of concerned residents who have over the past 8 months spoken in deputations and written to you all opposing fluoridation of our Far North water supplies. Over this time, we've provided information and research regarding the neurotoxic impacts of fluoridated water and subsequent health risks, the lotus and catfish studies, which confirm the New Zealand Ministry of Health school dental clinic records, which show fluoridation has not had a measurable impact on decay rates for New Zealand children, and which is vastly at odds with the efficacy claims made in the 2021 Chief Science Advisors report relied on by Dr. Bloomfield in making this directive. We've pointed out the decrease in fluoridation in Europe and the historic fluoride trial in the US, which has heard damning evidence from the major US government-funded National Toxicology Program review, and expert witnesses have referred to fluoride's ability to damage the brain when ingested at the levels used for fluoridation. We've suggested alternatives such as the successful Child Smile program in Scotland and other proactive forms of improving oral health. So I won't be covering any of this today in my 5 minutes, probably now 4, in support of this motion. I would like to extend my thanks and appreciation as well to Councillor Hilkiad Harawira for responding to my email saying that she wanted to lead this motion to halt fluoridation for the Far North. Hilda, I acknowledge your common sense approach with your concerns about the financial implications of fluoridation, the fact that many whānau in the region don't even have access to good water, and that improving water quality for all residents is where focus should lie, as well as more community education on oral health and more dental services available in the region. So thank you for leading this motion, and in doing so, acknowledging the health risks of fluoridation and the need for widespread consultation with our communities. Because what we're dealing with here is a very serious situation where the central government is doggedly pushing this directive that you originally received from Ashley Bloomfield, which has now been ruled to have been unlawful, as he has failed to even consider the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. I reference here the case New Health New Zealand Incorporated versus the Director General of Health. Diana Safati, the current Director General of Health, has now been ordered by the High Court to reconsider the directives in accordance with the NZBORA. As yet, she does not appear to have done this, as to do so would no doubt have involved your council in a consultative process with the public to ensure all residents of the Far North are in fact aware and informed that the town supply water is to be medicated with a known neurotoxin, which also happens to be a toxic industrial byproduct, so it's not the same as the fluoride that you expect that you find in toothpaste or administered by dental health professionals. along with the associated risks of drinking this water. The Nelson City Council has recognised this, and it clearly caused them to feel nervous of their position to continue with fluoridation, as per the letter that they received from the DG to continue anyway, even after the High Court order, and for good reason. They too, like yourselves, are between a rock and a hard place. I've sent you all a copy, it was yesterday, I'm sorry for the late notice, but of Mayor Nick Smith's letter to Shane Retty, dated 15th of February, asking for a delay in the date to implement fluoridation, which was successful as this extension was granted, and you could easily model this. Other councils, such as Rotorua, Waitaki, Horowhenua and Whangarei, have taken similar steps to delay the introduction of fluoridation. We don't envy your situation in which you'll find yourselves in. However, while being contentious, it can be dealt with very simply without legal implications. The Director General has set a precedent with the Nelson extension. So, me moko, you simply need to write a letter to the Director General acknowledging that facing the requirement to fluoridate since the High Court's decision, FNDC risks being caught in a legal dispute between the Director General of Health and the opponents of fluoridation. That's us. FNDC does not want to get off site with Ministry of Health or incur any fines for non-compliance with the directive, nor does FNDC wish to incur legal costs by being challenged by opponents of fluoridation for proceeding due to the process by which the directive was issued being found to have an error of law. I understand that you are all very busy, and Moko, you have highlighted that to us and urged us to take this up with Dr. Shane Retty ourselves. We have done this, and we included that letter in our email to you yesterday. However, he's unlikely to respond to us and more likely to listen to you, our representatives. I have heard that he has his own science, and it's not even worth pursuing that argument with him, which, to be honest, raises alarm bells for me. I don't know about you, because the truth is the science isn't settled, and that for anyone to make an informed decision involves going through a lot of process and information that is, quite frankly, rather dry and probably not of much interest to many of you personally. I know it wasn't for me. However, it deserves attention, as you are effectively forcing medication the population without their full informed consent, and with potential health ramifications. Pregnant women and parents of bottle-fed babies in particular should be warned that fluoridated water poses an irreversible effect to the mental development of their child. If I were you, I would make recommendations that the Director General of Health review the most up-to-date science, and with an independent panel, and call for a tribunal panel to be formed that represent the councils within the country coming together, where both sides of the argument can be heard. In summary, the risk you face is not simply incurring fines from the Ministry of Health. You also face significant litigation risk from your own constituents if you implement the current unlawful directive to fail to comply with your broader obligations under the NZBORA and the Local Government Act 2002. What is important right now is that you, our council, feel reassured that simply asking for an extension can in no way make you liable for fines if the extension is granted. The government will not take legal action towards this council fulfilling your obligations and actually standing up for the public interest, especially when it's before the High Court due to the illegality of the directive. If you visit the health website, the community water fluoridation page, you'll actually note that Whangarei has been extended until the 30th of June 2026. So I'd encourage you to seek the same extension date. Sue Gray, who is here today, said in her reply to our email last night that she filed an urgent injunction application for FFNZ, that's Fluoride Free New Zealand, and NZDSOS, New Zealand Doctors Speaking Out with Science, against Hastings District Council decision to start fluoridating this week. And during an urgent phone call yesterday, the Crown admitted that councils can ask the Director General for an extension. So the Director General has set a precedent with the Nelson extension. Other councils just have to follow suit and ask for the same, citing the New Zealand Bill of Rights and the legal uncertainty in order to buy yourself some more time and avoid getting embroiled in any legal proceedings. I would ask, thank you, and I would ask that any questions that councillors or mayor may have regarding the injunction or High Court case be directed to our lawyer, Sue Gray. That's not really my forte. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your incredibly articulate.
Well, yeah, I knew I could rely on Michael for the passion. I was going to stick to the facts.
We have run out of time for any questions, but we will be voting on this, but I do know that all councillors have your contact email address too. So if there's anything following this, then they'll be able to reach out to you directly. Also just want to acknowledge the amount of homework that you and your group have done for us to help us with a potential way forward, but we'll have to put that to a vote. So thank you very much for both of your deputations to us today. Just before we get into our meeting proper with the notice of motion, I just do want to just give a quick notice while we're on the live stream, and it is an apology. I see that you have turned out in force today with all of your placards and signs, and I love that. It's democracy in action. We've seen it before with Te Kura or Ormanaya here in our chambers with their flags and their placards. At our previous council meeting, we had the Bay of Islands watchdogs in our chambers, and unfortunately they did get a message that they weren't allowed to have their placards out during that council meeting. We have to treat everybody the same, so I just want to send a message and an apology to the Bay of Islands watchdogs that advice you had received was incorrect, and I'll be making sure that we treat all people who come to this council the same and fairly from here on. But the Bay of Islands watchdogs, just when I saw your placards today, I immediately thought of them, and I just wanted to extend that winter apology to you. We'll go, councillors, to our supplementary agenda, to the notice of motion that we have today. That's on page 6. I'll give you a moment to go there. The motion is that council seek an extension for implementing the fluoridation of far north waters. This motion has been moved by Councillor Haukia Haruira and seconded by Councillor Kapa. I will pass the time over to Councillor Haukia Haruira to speak to her notice of motion.
Ai, kia ora tātou, nāmihi ki te mea, me koe hoki. Ko tāku, I pāri o ngā kōrero ko puta mai e koutou, ka tino whakai ki te nako o kōrero. Nō reira, ko tēnei te take e tuku tēnei mōtini, ki mua te kaunihira i tēnei rā. Kia taiho ake tēnei kaupapa kōrorirori te fluoride I roto I ngā wai inu o tēnei rohe o te tai tokerau. Ko ngā take, iau horekau he pūtea mo tēnei kaupapa. E mea ana I roti I tō mātou rautaki he 1 miriona tāra. Engari ki hai te kāwanatanga I ho mai he pūtea o tērā kaupapa. He iwi pohara e noho ana ki roto I te tai tokerau. E tino hamahama ngā iwi e noho horekau he kai, horekau he kai. Nō reira, tēnei te take e mea ana hau horekau e taia te utu. Tuarua, mā te kāwana, mā te kaunihira pia e whakapai te Māori o te wai, te wai Māori, te kaunga o te wai, I te mea tino paru e tahi o ngā wai inu I tēnei wā. Ki e tahi o ngā hāpori horekau he wai, I roto ngā whare. I kite hau ngā tangata whakaki ipu I roto awanui. He maha ngā tangata o te hokianga me whangaro horekau he ipu wai. Nō reira, kiau, he pai ake mā te kawana me tēnei kaunihira e whakaro me pēhea te whakapai te wai Māori I roti tēnei rohi. Tāku, he pai ake mā te kāwanatanga mā te kaunihira hoki, aki rapu, nihi Pākuta ngā kaimahi whakapai hauora nihu. I roto I taku rohe o Kaitaia, I rongo au I te Dental Council o Aotearoa mo te tahi wā poto, hei whakatapoto te kaupapa o te titi o Waitangi Wainganui ngā dentist. E mea nā hau, e aki au kia homai e tahi atu mobile trucks mō ngā tamariki I roto ngā kura. I roto o Kaitaia, ka haere te dental truck ki ngā kura, ia rua tau I tahi wā. So, I taua taima ka tino raru ngā miho. So, te mea tuatoru me āwhina te kaupapa te whai tangata mōhio te whakapai te hauora niho. Tua whā, he maha na āwanga e pāna ki te pai, te Māori o te wai, te mana o te wai, no reira, I pāri au a koutou tuhinga, and kāri ai tino mōhio mehe mea ore kau au e tino mea e tautoko marika, engari pai o koutou rangahau. Nā mihi kia koutou, nā koutou I mahi tēnei mahi ma mātou. Te mea nui I Wainganui I tahi atu o ngā kaunihira. Mā mātou te kaunihira e haere ki ngā hāpuri me whiriwhiri whakaro mai ngā hāpuri katoa, ngā hapu ngā iwi, he hao koutou whakaro I te uru tēnei mea te fluoride ki roto I te wai. And I mōhio au, kua huri tēnei kaupapa I te tau rua mano te kau. Nō reira, kia taiho ake tēnei kaupapa, e kōrori te fluoride I roto I ngā wai inu o tēnei rohe, and I rongo au ki te kai kōrero a te, and he pai tira kia orite, he mea rere ki a inga, kia orite ki a whangarei, kia taiho ake ki te toru tekau o hune, rua tekau, rua mano, 26. Kōrera, hoina anō, tēnā tātou. Ngā mihi mō koutou rangahau. Kia ora rā.
Anui ki a koe I tō kōrero I tēnei mōtini e kai kaunihira hau ki a Harawira. Ka huri atu ki tō tuarua ki a kai kaunihira kapamena he kōrero wāna ki tēnei kaupapa.
Ona me tautoko tēnei kaupapa, te tono councillor Bokead. Kia tū anō tēnei kaupapa, kia āta whiriwhiri hia e ngā hāpuri katoa puta noa. Me te tautoko hoki ngā kōrero I ngā hunga I aira mai I tēnei rā, I ngā rā, I ngā hui ōmua, I te haka tū tēnei kaupapa I Wainganui a tātou. Konei, no reira mihi ana ka tautou. It's really, really important that this item is extended so that it allows us all to have and address this kaupapa. I am not of the view that a solution will be the answer to all our waters, in particularly as the focus has been around teeth. I still have mine. But the key thing is being able to review those points that Councillor Hawker brought up, and that is our dental services that are amiss in our communities today. And so I look forward to further discussions and other issues that will be brought up in our consultation ahead of us.
Other members who wish to speak to this or against this motion, Councillor Court.
I just have a question for legal counsel in the room. I suspect I know the answer to that. But are there any red flags that need to be brought to our attention in regard to the wording of the notice of motion? I won't speak to that right now. maybe review it and come back to you. Maybe we need to adjourn to address that.
Thank you. I do think we need to put a date into this notice of motion so that it clarifies the objectives that we're trying to get. So with that, I will call a 15-minute adjournment so that there's also a little bit of a and if we could please have people work on what dates need to be put into this motion so it clarifies to our staff what we are seeking as government.
Are you talking about a closing date or extension?
A date extension for this, but we'll have a little pause and allow legal counsel to look at it.
Kui roti taku kōrero e ore te kinga me o whangarei, te tori te kaua huni.
Speak in English.
I've called an adjournment, so we are on break. If we could please pause our live stream and we'll work on that date to get that in there. And I also need to go to the bathrooms.
I think that someone
That brief adjournment. Now, feedback I've had during that is to Councillor Harawira is to leave your motion as is. That will allow flexibility. What I will, should this motion pass, what I tend to do is to speak with staff, but as a minimum, I would write a letter seeking an extension similar along the lines to Whangarei, but I don't want to preclude by putting it in writing that I couldn't seek any further update in a letter, but I need to be able to speak to staff about potential implications in that space. So leaving your motion as is allows that flexibility.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ardich.
You haven't got a Māori translator there. I translated it back into English.
We do. We've got our kaiwhatireo interpreter,
Right.
Chambers,
Okay,
and he
no.
is doing a translation directly into the comment chat box.
Because while we're online,
Read that.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you. Now to our public gallery. We've had two councillors speaking in your support. They've chosen by right to speak in Te Reo Māori. That is being translated live onto the chat box behind you. So whenever a member speaks to you, if you'd like to see what they are saying, I'll just ask you to turn your head, and that is behind you there on the right.
So we will stand up like this. There's no reality in that.
a point of order, Mr. Mayor. What I'm trying to say is that we people are online. We haven't got that gear. And that's where I find it difficult to say, I know what Hilda is trying to say, which is great, but I don't know Māori, and a lot of us probably online also don't know how to speak Māori. So,
Councillor Ardich, what I'm going to ask one of the governance staff members to do is to give you a phone call to tell you, like I requested, how to open up the chat box on your device at the same time so you can see the live translations. If someone
thank you.
Thank you. For the members of the public, I will not stand for any percent during this meeting. We are almost through, and I appreciate your democratic right to be in here. At the same time, our standing orders allows any of our members here to address council in Te Reo Māori. It isn't ideal that the way that we have our interpreter translate that is by chat box, and I know that it's behind you and on the screens over here, but we'll have to make do. Given that, I am happy to reopen the floor to any members who may have questions or to speak for or against the notice of motion on the page. With that, I will go back to Councillor Harawira if she would like a right of reply. Thank you. We'll put this to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those Councillor Court recorded. Abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you. To our public gallery, if you were only staying for this part of the motion and would like to leave, what I might do is ask you to do so we have less disruption for the rest of the meeting. If you'd like to stay for the meeting, it is a public meeting and you're very welcome to stay for the rest as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill?
Thanks for your time, mate. Appreciate it. See you later, Adrian. No. We'll sort those out. Thank you. See you later, Mr. Thank you very much. If you wanted to carry on your conversation, you could do so outside. We're going to carry on with our conversation. Okay. Have a beautiful day.
We're in chambers. Our 360 camera is frozen of us during the rain. I just want to check that.
Sorry.
It's just quite off-putting to see.
No, he's not. Have a great day.
Yes, please.
Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. Now we're going to do a little bit of juggling around. So if you could go to for ordinary council meeting papers, then we will go to item 5.1 on page 6, which is the proclamation of previous minutes. The recommendation is that we approve the minutes of our meeting on the 14th of March and the 26th of March as a true and accurate record. I'm happy to move. I'd like to be the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Papa. I didn't pick up anything over the 2 reads that I did of this, but you may have, Councillor Papa. Was there anything you picked up on? Councillor Hall.
Yes, I did pick up some errors and I did email them through in relation to my conflict of interest. The numbering is wrong. So in relation to my first declared conflict of interest, it relates to item 6.2, not item 6.5. And my second conflict of interest related to item 6.3, not 6.2.
Can we have those corrected, please? Was there anything else members picked up in these minutes?
Yes, Mayor Koro.
Thank you, Councillor Radich.
Yes, it's 7.2 on page 12. I asked a question, why wasn't the Sweetwater Aquifer on the resolutions, open resolutions? And a reply I got back from the CEO guy was, I'll speak to it in public exclusion. A few weeks later, I met up with Guy and I asked Guy, what was said, and he told me he doesn't recall saying anything. So, because I'm worried about the financial situation with regarding the Sweetwater Aquifer, and I said, well, what's the cost at this very moment? Do you know? Because I've been asking for months and months, and it's a big worry. And he said, I think it's $18 million at this stage. I said, oh, okay. And that's it. And I know for a fact it is many, many millions after that, over that. But yeah, where are we going with the Sweetwater Aquifer? It is a worry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Radich. And what I will suggest is that when we get to item 7.3 on today's agenda, that we'll make sure that we have a specific note made there when that item's up for discussion so that we can get that on the agenda and follow it up on. All right, I'll motion to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions. That is carried. We will now go to item 7.1 on page 48 of your agendas. Everyone to speak to it, and myself as well. Moved by Councillor Vucic, seconded by Councillor Halkia Paramita. Our community board minutes, with that we'll go over to our chairs who are with us today. Our first minutes are from the Executive Community Board, so I'll pass over some time to Chair Gardner.
Thank you. So our minutes are here, and it was quite a short meeting. We didn't put a lot on the agenda. We finished about an hour and a half or hour and 10 into the meeting. But did any of you know that there was a Japanese film crew in the Far North filming a film over January and February? Right? What was that? And they use Lake Ohia Fall as part of their vehicles. And they filmed in Moanui and around the district. So Daniel Thompson, who had a big hand in this particular film, came to thank our board very much for helping and supporting over that period. So as part of the minutes, we helped out the Araha group by funding $2,967 towards installation of the digital sign in the area and community. The other, so that's pretty much the community board minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Chief Gardner. We'll go to our Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board minutes, and I believe Chair Ward online with us today. If you could pass some time over to you, Chair Ward.
Kia ora me moko. Just two things I'd like to comment on really in ours. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge the improved process. As you know, we get a lot of road naming through subdivision in our ward area, and we've had a lot of problems with having effective engagement and consultation with Hapu and Iwi over our road naming. So I'd just like to acknowledge staff and the Tohono team for actually improving that process, saving us a lot of time and getting to the right people. I think it's really important when we do acknowledge that we finally iron things out. Secondly, funding applications. We just had a few, but one I would like to thank you for personally referring to us. Is a movie, and as Adele has pointed out, there are movies being made around the Far North, and I think this is fabulous for our economic benefit. The movie that came to the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board was actually a short film, which has to be under 8 minutes, from Longline Productions, which is South Pacific Pictures. They actually had requested $10,000 and the recommendation was for $5,000. And after debate, our board decided that there was great benefit in actually affording them the $10,000 so that the crew could film in Whangaroa Harbour. So this is a really lovely story. It's very relevant for today with the friction we have out there in the community with the Māori Pakeha division. It's called Molly Malone, and it's a beautiful little story. I can't wait to see it. I'll just read you a little bit from it. Molly is my story. I am Molly. I was brought up in the Far North on Māori land. My iwi is Ngāti Kahu, but I'm as white as they come. The idea that I belonged wasn't obvious, but our family land is the consistent thing that I've had in my life. And as a kid, we moved around a lot. My parents split up. There was always something going on, but the family land and the beautiful Whangaroa was always there. We'd fish, pick pipi, go hiking, swimming, waterfalls, you name it. So this is really about Molly coming home and connecting her whanangatanga, and I think we believe it's going to be a huge success, and we can't wait to see it. It was we think it was filmed last week before the bad weather, so just heads up on that. There's a real appetite around the world at the moment for Indigenous stories, and we believe that this is going to have massive benefits. So we'll let you know when it comes to the screen, and hopefully it'll be a big winner. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Ward. I may or may not have had a high school crush on the director who that story is going to be about. So exciting to see your board support that short film they made up. We'll go to our Kaikuia.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Just a couple of things from our community board. Frustration continuing in regard to individual RFSs and requests made, and I think that it just needs we think that it needs addressing from a bigger perspective because we have limited delegation and powers. And I'm on behalf of most members of our board, just encouraging our senior management and councillors to drive some change in processes and contract arrangements in terms of our facilities and roading routine programs. If there was a little bit more information shared with us, we may be able to satisfy our community members a little easier, I guess. This morning I had a call from a school who had made an RFS a year ago about a flooding issue on the road, and the water was rising again this morning. So that's just one example of many. I know there are lots and lots of problems out there, but our community board members tend to be contacted really more often than not by our community members who are frustrated by the RFS process and the time taken for things to be sorted. On a positive note, we have the opening of Papo Hawaii, the sports complex in Kaipui on Saturday the 27th at 5 o'clock in the morning. And just tautoko your kōrero mea moko about the Taitokerau Cultural Festival, and thank you to the other two community boards for supporting that really awesome kaupapa in our local district. Kapai.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Chair Rudkin, and definitely agree with your sentiments around ensuring our processes are fit. And in no way, shape or form should a request for service still be pending a year out. So we'll definitely be looking into getting better processes and efficiencies in our organisation for our community. I'll just go to Councillor Lucic, who's moved for this. Have you had any comments here?
I think
Thank you, Councillor Kiad Harawira. We open the floor. Are there any specific comments or questions of our community board chairs? As always, to our chairs, we always appreciate the work that you and your boards do across the whānau. We have huge, personally, I'm in the paper every second day, and it's not favourable half the time, and it's not favourable to the reputation of the whānau District Council. But the work that you and your boards do on the ground is that additional layer of governance for our district. Is always the success stories that we have as an organisation. So thank you. Put that to a vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions, that is carried. We will now go to item 6.1 on page 19 of your agendas. I'll just find that one out. The recommendation is that we approve the proposed temporary road closures to accommodate the safe operations of the Bay of Islands Run Walk 2024. I'm happy to move this one. I'd like to get a seconder. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Kapa. I just wanted to double check with our staff that the application and the dates that were made for this road closure have been doubly or triply checked by the organisers. Do we have someone from Intel?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we've got Fraser with NTA who's online that can answer your questions.
Yes, through the chair, yes, the dates have been checked, yes, and are correct.
Thank you for that, Fraser. Sorry, just with that, I forgot as a part of our mayoral announcements with our chief executive away for the next week and a half. It's great to have you in the hot seat as acting CEO, Ruben, alongside Emma, who was acting CE last week. Great to have you in the chair next to me for today's radio. Second thing, that was Councillor Kapa. Any questions? Any other members? We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, the motion is carried. We now go to item 6.2 on page 25 of your agendas. This is our midterm governance review. The recommendation is that we will replace Councillor Ann Court as the lead chair of our district licensing committee and appoint Commissioner Murray Clearwater as the lead chair of the District Licensing Committee. That we will replace Councillor Tamati Rakina as the lead appointed elected member of the Joint Climate Change Adaptation Group and appoint qualified Deputy Mayor Kelly Stratford as the lead appointed elected member here. Then we've got C, D, E and F. Now we need to fill these names in for this one. So I'm happy to move this recommendation if I can get a second. Thank you, Paul, but we will need to find a member to appoint to the Northern Regional Council Awanui River Working Group. If we have any members who
I do attend. I do attend.
Oh, no.
Chair Gardner, do you attend in any official capacity as a community board?
Yeah.
You're appointed to that group already.
Yes. Well, I attend. I've been meetings for a long time. Yeah.
Councillor Radich?
Look, I'm involved with the Northern Regional Council many times regarding the Awanui River with Peter Wessing. So if anyone doesn't want to do it, I'm only too happy to go on that, because the meetings we have in regard to the Awanui River are very few. And if anyone doesn't want,
Thank you for that, Councillor Radich. We'll pop your name for recommendation C, please, Councillor Radich.
I'd like to nominate Mary Radich for that position. Someone else will take the call.
For D, we've got, we need to appoint someone to the Northern Regional Council Kyle Whangarua River Working Group. You've already been doing that, Deputy Mayor, so just carry on. All right, if we could put Deputy Mayor Kelly Stratford for B, please. Staff also have requested councillors for a new youth portfolio to work with our final youth council.
Felicity and Tamati are the youngest.
Sorry, just a question. Does it have to be councillors or can it be community board members?
Sorry, through you, the chair, most have to, so that in case there's an alternate required.
So I reckon it was asking if it had to be a councillor or could community board members be considered for youth portfolio?
Community, it's at your discretion. Mayor and council.
I suppose that was going to be my question in the two appointments before that, whether they were to be councillors for the Awanui River and then Honolulu, or whether it would council consider community board members. That wasn't quite clear.
So in my experience, yes, it had to be councillors. There was a time where I was a board member on a couple of them, and then when I became a councillor, they said, no, it must be the councillor, because we have a bit more opportunity to feed into operational staff if they're not present at those meetings, if there's anything FNDC related.
So, sorry, just to clarify through you, the chair, as well, as long as there is a councillor, I don't see why there couldn't also be a representative from the community board as a
team
to attend or be connected to the youth portfolio. And we can have the conversation with Northern Regional, but I'm sure it'll be the same.
Councillor Kappa, I recall at the start of this triennium when we looked at the huge list of different requested appointments from this council across various groups in the far north, that we had the governance girls take that list, try and find or look at the terms of reference or the original reason why we were sitting across all these different boards, and then if it wasn't a direct request or for a councillor, that we looked to sharing those out across community board meetings as well. So the fact that these are in here makes me assume that that's because the specific request is for someone from council. In any case, we are back to E. I'm happy to go on, but I can't be. I just with the work across the Mayor's Task Force for jobs and things like that, but I can't be the primary elected member on this.
For youth.
For youth.
I decline mine. Thank you.
So are we, who, that's talented and...
Councillor Larkin hasn't put his hand up.
I'd like to nominate talented up.
I think that. Oh, as the youngest council member.
It looks like you need.
I love Pete Brisher. He already said no before this meeting, so that's why. So if you could please put Councillor Tamati Dakina and then as youth portfolio holders there, please.
Do you want an alternate as well, just in case you're not opposed?
Well,
You want to be felicity. I'm happy to host all of the Teku youth as long as all of the hui are held here is Kaikoura in the chambers every time. We have another service
to replace my name with yours, and you can help steer that and get our youth council up to Teku, and maybe our youth council will be Teku based rather than Kaikoura based.
Across both, we can split.
It's like, replace my name, please. Lovely. And if adopt the amended terms of reference for our Te Koko Transport and Infrastructure Committee, so we'll have a slightly larger. Councillor Cord, I recall that you had sent some questions through to staff. Did you get a response to that?
There's no acknowledgement or response to my name.
Can I please ask that then if you'd like to put those questions to start now, so that we can make sure we clarify before we adopt those terms of reference?
So my question was in relation to the approved tenders and contracts, provided they are up to $3 million. And in my email, I wrote, in reflecting on the revised infrastructure committee terms of reference at the end of Thursday, and given that the committee is every elected member of council, what is the rationale for recommending to council? My concern was that it just doubles up the paperwork and delays the process. So if we meet 6 weekly, it could be a 12-week turnaround. But in terms of efficiency, I wanted to know if there was the ability to have full delegated authority at the infrastructure committee level, or is there something in the local government act that prevents this that I might be wrong?
Do you have anyone on staff who can respond accordingly? It makes absolute sense. It's a committee of the whole, so why do you have to have a restricted delegation when it's the same people who will sit around this table? Can we give this committee just the ability to sign off? Why does it have to come back to council for sign off from us again, the same people? We'll just get a response to that. Councillor, can you come to you?
Mr. Mayor, apologies, not aware. We're trying to chase down that email that you referred to. Happy to come back and provide any feedback in response to that, but just not have that information with us.
Then what I'd like to do is to, within the transport, I would like to take out up to 3 million, leave it at that, and if we're not able to do that, then staff can come back and change it accordingly rather than us signing off this. If we can't do that, then you can change it later.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the benefit of technology is that we've got live feeding communication with my staff, so Carla might have something to respond to this.
Yes. I can't speak to the numbers, but basically decisions of council must be made by council and council. So any delegations given to a committee, if you are meeting in committee, is not a decision made by council. So therefore, if your terms of reference in your committee decision making, great, but if they are not, if they're review and consideration, there are limits around that. And decisions are to then be provided to council for decision. Those decisions must be made by council. Is that the question that you had?
To some extent, but I also, it does seem like doubling up because it's a committee of the whole. So then I'd rather it just come direct to council, so we take out an extra layer of, everyone hates bloody bureaucracy and us slowing things down. So I'd suggest that we leave it as it is then, and then at staff's discretion, whether or not it should just not go straight to council if it requires a decision, so we're not extending time by 8 weeks. I've got councillor research.
For the last term, the infrastructure committee had a delegation of $3 million for 3 years, and that was a decision up to $3 million by the infrastructure committee that was signed off through the delegations of council that we make to either our CEO or to our committee. So I'm not sure the advice we just got why there would be differing advice to what our council has done for the full 3 years.
Yeah, I understand that. Our last committee wasn't a committee of the whole, but it still had that delegation up to $3 million. Was that a number that was picked out of a hat? Was that what? Because I don't see why we need to still get sign off from ourselves again later when it didn't in the last one up to $3 million. I've got Councillor Kappa.
I think Carla has confirmed, clarified my question, which was simply around if same numbers for representatives of the impacts, whether one head has to report back to the main part, which is others that I don't think about to solve that situation.
Councillor Phoenix, I don't know if your commentary there was what you wanted to speak to, or?
No, I don't have anything further to add. I just thought it was strange that we were receiving advice to that effect and we'd already given action next for 3 years as a council in the previous term. It's contrary to the advice.
I think that's why Councillor Court was looking as a legislative, or what's the basis for what's the rationale for the quantum, the limit. Councillor Research.
Thank you, Mayor. Our legal advice, I tend to agree with it. One other point that hasn't been raised is that the public expect to meet with the council, and there's a risk that they may lose something because of big decisions and delegate authority occurring in committees. So having that public direction would be compromised. That's one point. So I prefer to be either as is or as it was originally. The second point is that why the confusion is that committees, if you look at the Act, state that members, councillors may be on the committee. It implies that, as it says, that committees actually for better governance and decision making. So I would prefer to see external subject matter experts being appointed to the committee, and that's when you get your usable value with the advice coming through the council. And that's how it should be looked at. Thank you. I'll maybe leave it as it is.
Yes. Thank you. I still would like to draw. Oh, sorry. Are you going to Bossier? I've got my.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have you down. We'll go to Councillor Court and then get leadership.
I just wanted to draw my colleagues' attention to the page 31. Up and down, the piece of external monitoring and reporting. Final bullet point in that section is approved tenders and contract. And then it's got provided they are. And the provided they are is a very important addition. Provided they are in accordance with the current year's plan, annual plan or long-term plan, and provided they are deemed low by the significant engagement policy. So this does not give that committee authority to make any decision outside of a policy that has already been through public consultation or full council. I'm just looking is a mechanism to speed up delivery. It's one of the criticisms we've faced for as long as I've been here, that a turnaround between committees and full council meetings is a roadblock to success. It's not an enabler. So it's important that it's read with all the bullet points on page 31, not an isolation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford.
I can't support the terms of reference for the Te Koko Transport and Infrastructure Committee as it stands because of the history that the previous committee had. We had the seals went through the committee and then they weren't able to be amended at council because the committee had that decision-making authority. And I also see that compared to the previous terms of reference for the consultation, say for the speed management that we had at committee and it got, voted against, it got to council and we were able to because it was considered, for the committee to consider, the decision had to be made at council level, but I see the terms of reference have amended from consider to, anyway, they've taken away our ability to decide at council about the speed management plans going forward. So I am concerned about the terms of reference, and I hope that the manager of the infrastructure has given consideration. Yes, we want to speed up works, but we need to make sure that the views of the public are actually informing our decisions, not just members around the table's opinions, making biased decisions around the table. And I think that if that stays in committee, especially with that 3 million decision-making ability, we'll see more biased decision-making. And I don't support the terms of reference as they stand.
Okay.
I would like to speak.
We'll go to Councillor Foy and then Councillor Radich.
Thank you. I've just heard one of my fellow members talking about bias on committees, and I'm not sure why we have committees if there's suggested that there's bias in any way, and actually the same people that are on the committees are the same people that are on the council in this regard. So maybe the suggestion is there's bias of all of the members here, and I'm not sure why we're elected to represent our communities if there's a suggestion of that nature, and also a suggestion that individuals are influencing some sort of information that's been provided or the outcomes of something that's being presented in workshops where not all the elected members may attend. So maybe I think what's been tabled is that we don't need a transport committee and that we should just have all of our information come to council and we should just have lots of council meetings. If there's a suggestion of bias, and that's something that's been tabled by our fellow members, because I think that it's a sad day for all elected members that's been suggested that anyone is biased, because we all come with our own worldviews and we all elected to this table, and just because some people don't agree with something, that does not mean that it's wrong. It just means that someone has a different view. So I just wanted to highlight that. That not all members agree with everything that's tabled here, but that does not mean that it's wrong. So I disagree with the comments raised and the insinuation of bias. And we are elected here, just like the people in Parliament, to be neutral and to take on information and to vote accordingly based on our own worldviews.
Thank you for this, Councillor Boyd. I will highlight that I'm incredibly biased when it comes to anything to do with the Councillor Radich.
Thank you, Mayor Moko. Yeah, I'm worried about the one on transport, particularly roading. As you all know, lately we've been bombarded on letters to the editor of the Age about the condition of our roads. it is bad. The roads are really deplorable. And I'm helpless in what I can do to help. So I go back to the two on the roading, which is Steve McNally and you, Ann Court. And I know, Ann, you've been on that charter roading for something like going on 12 years. But I have to say that we have gone backwards. We have gone backwards. And the metric system is a joke. To me, it's flawed. And I get the feeling that nothing gets done.
Councillor Court, your point of order.
The matrix is a document that's been adopted by the council, and you has been disrespectful to the council.
Councillor Rado, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this recommendation in parts so you can all vote to your heart's desire, unbiased heart's desire. A reminder though, before we go to the vote, that this recommendation to extend the remit of our Te Koko Transport Committee to include infrastructure was made based on feedback from our own midterm review workshop and surveys that you all filled out. So staff haven't waved the wand and done this. They've done this because we at governance level asked them to. The reason why I'm in favour of expanding the remit of our Transport Committee to include all infrastructure is back to the original reason why the original request I made as Mayor first come in this training, and that was that council would be decision making only with a very limited agreement on receiving information or receiving reports. That was because in the last term, our council agendas would always be 600 plus pages. And a lot of that would just be receiving information that we could get by email. And then we would debate these, receiving a report for a whole hour. We'd always be voting to go over time. We would have to extend time every time. So council was making decisions. But what I don't want to preclude, and one of the things that I constantly hear from all of you, is that you're not getting enough information when it comes to transport and infrastructure, especially infrastructure. Including infrastructure in this committee will give a vehicle for staff to be able, and for us to formally request information to come to the table for us, and it's a more appropriate place for us to receive the information at a committee setting. So I know there's concerns about the what do you call them?
The delegation.
The terms of reference and the nitty-gritties in there, but overall, I think that expanding this remit will give us exactly what we require, and that's an avenue for better information to be able to make better decisions. So with that, I'm going to recommend...
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Point of order, Councillor.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is I want to see the Councillor Court removed from transport and roading because we're getting nowhere. Thank you.
Point of order, just trying to make defamatory comments about individual members of our council. I hope you're going to say something, Mr Mayor.
What I'm going to do is send all of you standing order what a point of order is. Point of order is not just the word used as an interjection to suddenly speak up. I'm putting this motion, so the floor is now closed. Councillor Radich, actually all members, you all have the same rights that I do to bring, Councillor Alkiad Harawira did to bring notice of motion to this table to see effect and changes, but I'm putting this motion. I will ask you to all be civil and respectful to one another in the commentary that you make so we can get through this meeting. If staff could please put up points A through to E for us to vote on, please. So not including the amended terms of reference for Te Koko, but A through to E we will be voting on now. Those are the names across those different responsibilities. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried, thank goodness. And now we'll put If the amended terms of reference for Te Koko, our Transport and Infrastructure Committee, Deputy Administrator, are you happy to still be the mover, the seconder to F? So we're putting F, the amended terms of reference. What I'll ask is that is for staff to take on board the information requests that have gone through and come back to us should anything need to change, but let's just make it happen in the time being. All those in favour say aye.
I just need clarification. Which one's the amended one? Which one's, it sounds like there's an old one and there's an
Nothing's been amended.
Oh, okay.
Voting on it is F. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed? Councillor Mayor Stratford and Councillor Radich. Any abstentions? F is carried. And we'll go to item 6.3 on page 33. The recommendation is that council authorise the signing and issuance of our letter of expectations to Farnell Holdings Limited. I do have a few minor changes to this letter, and that's just changing the individual personal pronoun I to we across this letter, so that this letter is from full council and not by myself. But that could be action. Moved by Councillor Research, and I'll be the seconder. Councillor Research with those requested changes around possessive pronouns.
Yeah, I agree. And no, I'm pleased to see that we're doing all of this is tighten things up. Truly, all my comments.
Thank you. What I'll just add is 2 cents for this one is that our staff, and I'll see if Jonathan will nod along, have been working with Farnell Holdings every step of the way around all of what has been outlined in this letter. This is just formalising that in words that will inform our statement of intent. Yes? For that extra, yep, got a lot in there. Have it open. Nothing there, right, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions. The motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.4 on page 32. Well, let's do it. Let's finish this meeting before lunch. Okay. The recommendation is that council receives our committee recommendations and resolutions. I'm happy to move. If I could get a second. Councillor Research. Any commentary? Put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Councillor Radich.
Just regarding the Jerry Dam. Just let you all know that.
We'll wait for item 7.3 for that, Councillor Radich.
Okay. Thank you.
That's fine. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions. The motion is carried. We now go to item 7.2 on page 64. The recommendation is given notes for report submitted by myself, Stratford, Councillor Kapa, Councillor Halkiat Harawira, Councillor McNally, and Councillor Research. We also have Councillor Rakina to add to that list, please. So we've got some of the reports that are in our supplementary agenda. Can I please get a note made that Councillors Radich, Pleskovich and Foy did not submit reports? Okay, and also acknowledging that Councillors Rakina and Halkiat Harawira's reports were received on time, but were missed.
Yeah, administrative
error. I will move this one if I could get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Research. Just quickly for my report that's here, I just want to note the all monthly report for member councils from local government New Zealand that's been put in here. to see some of the specific organisation membership with that organisation have been doing across the Motu. I also wanted to, I don't know, no, that was all. That was my 5 cents. Councillor research. Open the floor, Deputy Minister.
I just want to speak to in Anne's report. She's noted that the Disability Action Group hadn't had a meeting, and followed up because I'd been contacted by one of the members, and there is now a staff member, somebody is assigned to that, so they should be meeting soon. And for staff, encourage you to attend those meetings whenever you can, so you know the impacts of what we do on your lives.
Councillor.
Thank you. In relation to your report, you include the local government in New Zealand monthly report for councils. And in the introduction, it said your report is designed to be put on your council agenda for discussion and feedback. Well, there would be discussion at some point and feedback, or is this just for your fleet?
Feedback and also point to demo.
I'm happy for that feedback to be captured as a part of this overall discussion for our reports. It was up to individual councils whether they put it as a separate item or added it to members' reports. I chose to add it to members' reports so that we don't start sneaking in, making exceptions for information reports that we start putting in our agendas. And thought it would be appropriate to add it to my member report. But I'm happy, as always, and I know that we will receive these reports separately to getting it in the agenda and keeping it local communication newsletters that Local Government New Zealand sends out, and they're always open to direct feedback. But if there's ever any formal feedback, you'd like sort of your back, then this would be the opportunity to raise that and just formulate what that looks like.
Thank you.
All right, now I just want to double check we've got, so we have to pass these separately.
You just put them in your names and just in passed.
It's a part of, yeah. Okay. All right, we'll put this to the vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Abstentions, the motion is carried. We now go to item 7.3, council open resolution. That is on page 110. This recommendation is that we receive the report on our open resolutions update.
Can I?
Moved by Councillor Halkia Paralina. Seconder.
Second.
Deputy Stratford. Just quickly before I forget, we had a note there around in the minutes. This one.
Yes.
Sweetwater. It might be in our PX open resolutions.
We would need to follow up the PX open resolution.
Okay. Can we put a note there that a
May was the
PX open resolutions be
May was the commitment from staff.
and then we include there. All right. Councillor Halkia, how do we know to speak?
Yes, kia ora. Page 127, I sent an email to governance to ask that there be amendment regarding the Ngākahu Ngākohu Ahu Whenua Trust recommendations or open resolution report. That the 6th of March record that the full agreement was signed, and there were 3 parts to it, which I can't recall offhand. But could that be, updated and that the agreement cancelled any access? No, it's in the wording I sent you, please.
Thank you. Deputy Administrator.
Let's see, and I can find the wording that he wants me to.
No, that's all right. Thank you. That was all. Deputy Administrator. Councillor Ford.
Remember, on page 127 and the bottom of page 126, it talks about investment for helping the elderly, and thank you to the staff for updating some of the previous resolutions relating to that. However, one of the resolutions is missing, being the resolution of council under the 2021-2031 LTP. That as of 1 July 2021, that council approved after the long-term plan consultation to start the process to identify one or more providers who will be the best option for partial or full divestment of 147 housing for the elderly units that are currently owned by council. The sale of the units will only progress if council is confident it will be in the best interest of tenants and the wider community in the long run. That was July 2021, and we're now April 2024. And I'm unsure about the milestones and delivery of that resolution that was made, 3 years ago. So please can action sheet be updated with that resolution, and in terms of that resolution and updates and notes, we can be provided milestones and also the effect of the previous resolution of council, which now this year in our 16% rate rise has resulted in $2 million being a 2% rate rise because this action has not been undertaken in a timely manner by our staff.
That has been noted. Councillor Radich, I asked you to wait for this item to speak to the code there. Was that captured by Councillor Harawira, your comments?
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Just to give you a report on the progress of the NACU regarding the dam. All going well. It's just fantastic, the work that's been done. And providing the weather holds up, the decommissioning of the dam will end at the end of this month. It'll be all completed. Just fantastic. The work done, as I said, by Bellingham's, etc., etc.
Thank you for that, Councillor Radich, and I'm in agreement with you on that one. Councillor Harawira, would you like a right of reply?
I've been fighting to decommission the dam for quite a few years. And 3 years ago, I sat with Andy Finch and I said, Andy, what's it going to cost us to decommission the dam? He said 6 million plus. And Dave Clamp was actually there at the time. Well, it's going to end this, as I said, at the end of the month, to decommissioning the dam, and it's going to be under $1 million. And really, we've got to thank the project manager, Des Mahoney, and his group for the wonderful job they've done. I also want to say that all the financial reports and payment of the bills are pretty straightforward. They go from the project manager straight to the CEO, and then they are paid off. Simple. Hilda mentioned about the Ford crossing. This was cancelled way back on the 30th of September 2022. Council never reuses this access because it's outside the right-of-way. So, we need to just wipe all that. But, great progress, great saving, and I know for a fact that the ratepayers will be very, very pleased with the saving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Radich. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, the motion is carried. I will now move that the public be excluded from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting. 8.1 and your yellow pages, public excluded agendas, confirmation of previous minutes. Also, S1, Supplementary agenda item for road and accidents contract CPV 43. And also to include that our council interpreter, Alison Rashford, be allowed to stay the public excluded section of the. I might get a second to say. Thank you, Councillor Akina. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That is carried. If we could please, before we go to our next agenda, make sure that we have any non-council staff or elected members removed from the Teams meeting.
Sorry, and just also anybody that's
when we resolved to exclude the public, we omitted engineer the contract who needed to speak to our contracts within that public excluded part. So we have added his name in there, Lucas, who was the engineer the contract for our North and South contracts, just to let you know, because that was missed out at the start. We have had items 8.1 and supplementary 1 and 2 come to the table. Those will stay in public exclusion, but as those contracts are finalised, staff will have appropriate media releases to inform Whānau Northerners of what those decisions are in due course. I also just wanted to, just before we pass to Councillor Araki, what I'm supposed to cut here, note to all of the members that our staff have given everyone a pack of Mehakati Kōrero We Need to Talk brochures for the long-term plan. Know that we're in the middle and the thick of our long-term plan consultation. I know this because I'm getting a lot of phone calls, emails and messages because I'm in the paper every second day about it. But your challenge, and you must accept it, is you have 10, I think it is. So you have to pass this on to 10 Whānau Northerners to get them to feedback into our long-term plan consultation. Message me when you've finished your 10. It can't be a relative, that doesn't count. And there'll be a chocolate fish for what's a relative? With that, I will pass over to Councillor Araki now to close us off.
E tapu, ko te papike, koe nei kōrero, hakairia ke ki ngā pātu o tō tata nei kore, tūturu o piti whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e hui e.
Thank you, everybody.
Kia ora.